Hello everyone, Cienter here, and welcome to my Guild Wars 1 stream. If you're watching this right this moment, you're probably watching the VOD, but if you're already here, thank you, I appreciate it. Boy, howdy, I forget how bad Twitch ads are until I decide. I don't tend to actually watch a lot of live streams personally, I tend to watch VODs more, so I may be a little more conscious of the VOD audience because of that, I don't know. But let me just say, the few instances where I do decide to hop onto Twitch, I'm like, why are these ad breaks so terrible? Anyway, I've been thinking about needing to do some stuff on this warrior. So I'm going to hop on her. I think this is Aurora Glade, and I don't want that. So Aurora Glade, yeah, can just hang out being there. Do I have... That is not K. I do have Paragon here. Now, I like this bar, but I was wanting to get a bunch of spear skills. What do I have? I have Barbed Spear, Holy Spear, Merciless Spear, Lightning Spear, and Spear of Redemption. I'm going to go quickly pop to... also, there was they split Mighty Throw and gave a recharge to Unblockable Spear, which is probably good. But there's a really funny patch note in the patch like 2 days ago, I guess it was. Something like that. That said, they updated kinetic armor description to match functionality. Previously, the text was hard-coded instead of properly derived from the code. And I'm just like, this is such a, like, understandable bug to run into. But I thought it was really funny. I'm just like, so we had set it up, like, we had changed the thing to work the way we wanted it to, but for some reason it wasn't. Players weren't noticing that, and like, what's going on here? Why is this wrong? And figuring out, aha, that's why. I don't know if I need any more Paragon skills here on this character.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
Yeah, those are ones that I more want to get on a Ranger. I probably do want Spear Swipe. I'm going to go ahead and grab these leadership skills. I think. Not those other ones, though. Okay, let's go to Commandant Joel of Easton. Oh my goodness, there's so many people congregated over here. I think Stolen Sunspear armor is... wow, this looks like a warrior skull, even though it's not. But isn't that hero armor, I think? Are there some spear skills that I'd want? No. Paragon. Aw. I'm gonna grab Aw. There's a good reason for that. Oh, and I'm also gonna grab Mighty Throw here. That's now actually a good skill instead of a bad skill. I might have had that one unlocked already. I don't know, but I definitely want it on this character regardless. Oh, it's bugged. Interesting. So, I think I know what's going on here. Yeah, that's very interesting. Okay, so they split that into a PvP and PvE only skill. And I suspect they got some stuff linked up incorrectly. Because I should have gotten that skill unlocked. But nothing popped up for it. And some people were talking about Priest of Balthazar reporting things weirdly too with regards to that skill. Is there a skill trainer here or is it just a hero skills person? It might just be hero skills person. I don't need to buy hero skill. Let's just go to Commandant and back to Commandant and talk to Tone. Which plat did I stick? 3 plat still? I'm a little bit of ways in the mainland. A little bit of ways. I'm gonna go to Kodesh and check there for some skills as well, because I've been like wanting to grab some. Or I keep talking about these spear skills. Like, let's just grab... Okay, that one's unlocked already. Yeah, see, Mighty Throw is showing up here. Blockable Throw I'll grab. Wild Throw I already have unlocked. So I just used a hero skill point on this one. I'm going to just do that to buy it as well. So now it should actually show up in my list of skills. I think what happened is I think I had just unlocked the PvP version because it sounds like there's some weirdness going on there. I'm not worrying about it too much, but it is an oddity. Critical Chop. I'm not really interested in getting skills that aren't spear attacks on this character right now. For Paragon skills, I mean. Actually, I have one plat. Yeah, because Quivering Blade is fixed now, but I haven't gone to grab it yet. I think I need to do some more faction stuff on this character, maybe. Wearying Spear is a weird one. I don't know who I'd want this one on. A lot of these I'm going to want on the energy ones. I'm probably going to grab on like my Ranger or something. This one I want. I don't really feel a need for... aggressive refrain. I'm gonna deprive my account of funds by buying more skills. We'll go ahead and get Natural Temper now. I need it on somebody. I will go ahead and grab Wearying Spear just to unlock it. I don't much care for Critical Chop, to be honest. Okay. I want Blazing Spear on this character eventually, but now is not the time for it. It's not necessary. I'll probably get the Elite Spear attacks on this character, though. You know, once I get to the point of actually doing that. Okay, so I'm at Dasha Vestibule, probably. Been doing that one a lot lately. Question that I have for myself is, do I want to go through that on this character now? I'm going to actually see where she's at in factions. Because... Okay, yeah, she's really behind here. Let's say... Yeah. Boreas Seabed Explorable Area. Oh, I can go get that now. There's an Axe Elite that I want to grab. I don't even remember what skills I was using. Probably these two. They're pretty good. Argument for Radiant Scythe. Oh, let's go with Radiant Scythe. I do need a Signet of Capture, though. Fortunately, I have a couple. Okay, let's... Yeah, that's probably fine. I'll want to change my monks around a little bit, likely. I'll say they might be okay. Might not need Ebon Hawk on Zed. Rather run Magnetic Aura, I think. I'm okay with her doing E-Surge. It's still decent damage. That's fine. This is in a weird spot now. It's definitely valuing the party heal more than it used to. I think I'll leave it, but... Yeah, okay, that's all tolerable. Let me check to see where this boss actually is. Oh, he's like right outside Zalshiver's channel. Okay, never mind. This is trivial. I just hadn't bothered, apparently. Not one of those ones. Looks like he's... maybe more out this way, I think? Yeah, Jeffrey the Painbringer, right here. That was rude. Anyway, Whirling Axe is now mine, so that's cool. Yeah, I think I went or the life gaining thing. Do I have... Let's go do this. Superior swordsmanship, eh? Yeah. Bensis. How is my Luxon faction is good. Yes, yes. Those always take one more dialogue prompt than I expect them to. Befriending the Luxons. I'll go ahead and grab these two because I might as well. Okay. That was a lot of random quest malarkey. This is the thing I'm actually looking at. Victorious Sweep here, and I might have had actually Radiant Scythe there. Probably a little bit preferable. Oh, I had Imlad. Yeah, I'm happy to get a little bit further in this area. Don't know what I had sitting there, but... Got the leadership hammer on this character, right? Or maybe it was on my main account that I did that. No, here it is. Decade's Hammer, Boar's Roar. I was pretty sure I'd gotten this. part of why I grabbed some of those leadership skills. Obviously, some of them don't work super well over here on this character, but the shield blocking one or whatever, spear swipe, need leadership for that as well. I think what I'm going to do maybe is get this character to Gyala Hatchery. And then I've been feeling like my assassin needs a lot of love. So I might just spend some time over there on that character. Doing things. This is one of those primary quests that's kind of annoying because you have to, like, carry a bundle to a bunch of outposts, or, like, in a map that has a bunch of outposts that you then need to ignore. I don't really approve of, but it is what it is, I suppose. Also, as a physical attacker or martial character, it's somewhat annoying. Do I have to carry this bundle item? Okay, okay. I'll tend to that momentarily. Oh yeah, Primal Rage might be a good skill to pick up actually for this build. I have to figure out what I want my cancel stance to be, because that's definitely a skill you want to cancel stance, but I can figure something out. There's plenty of choices. But cancel stances are important. Yeah, these guys like to spam escape. We got all these wallows in here too, which is not ideal. The other thing too is you have to do some weird loopy things to get over there. Trying to remember the route. I've done this enough, I ought to, but it's like Kurziks are really winning right now. Man, some of these concepts were really good, but the execution is lacking. Kind of wish I could run irresistible sweep on this character, to be honest, but it's not really a great fit. Okay. Can I get Primal Rage? Like, I know where Primal Rage is in Kurzik territory, but I don't know where it is in Luxon territory. Wow, I do have a lot of skill points on this character. It's probably from doing actual quantities of missions. Because this is the area where you kind of like have to then loop down and underneath. So it's like very indirect. Ow. I'd rather not stand next to the Spirit of Destruction when it's taken down. It's gonna hurt me. That's not good. Guess I'll go this way. Connects, right? I think so. Loops around to the beach and all that good stuff. I do wonder what else 2 Weeks has brewing. Why did that particular hit go through? I don't know. Well, good job, everyone. Ding! I just heard the toaster oven, I think. Most likely. Some sort of ranger boss here. STSOU. So? Saint So. Probably is the escape boss if I had to guess. I like these lighthouses. I think they're neat. Blurred vision. Well, that's just rude. Hope you know that. Thankfully, Takura's on it. More Kappa. Isn't Ludicolo based on Kappa? Like the actual Japanese mythological concept. Not just the name. These guys don't really have much to do with Kappa as far as I can tell. I like Ludicolo. What a goofy little Pokemon. Pineapple Pinata Duck. Yes, whatever. I'm gonna actually do this. Legacy intermission button. I like that much better. I'm glad that they made that a toggle. I appreciate the challenges they were trying to overcome, though. It was unclear, I think, to a lot of people. Like, especially if you do go kind of like Nightfall first, how do you start Factions and Prophecies missions is ambiguous as all get out. So. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is fine. A little bit of a weird build for Zandra, but... Is she ruined up? No, not at all. Okay, well, speaking of intermission, let's do that. Don't mind me, just ignoring you. Go around this way. I like to trivialize this mission because it can be a little tricksy if you're going the normal way. I can do a lot of damage, especially if they all fire on the same target. We use smoke canisters. We've trained the turtles to shoot at smoke. It makes supper time really dangerous. I like that joke. This is a really nice reflection. No, hopefully. I mean, I'll find out if I got too close and triggered them to actually move when they start taking damage, but I don't think they actually move out yet. Good for moi. One of the weird, I don't know what to call it, tensions, I guess, in the design of this game is the difference between things like Guardian and Elemental Attunement. They're both enchantments, right? And so you want to, like, they're serving different purposes. And the challenge is that they are removed by the same thing because they are the same. They are considered the same sort of thing. That was stupid of me. Should have let that do its work. It's way more damage than this. And so, like, when you need enchantment removal to be good against defensive skills, you also make it good against, like, the build enablers. And you kind of want it to be worse against those. I'm not really sure how you should try to balance that tension, but it is a tension that is nonetheless there and is worth acknowledging. Although, like I said, I'm not really sure what you do about it, necessarily. I don't know if more spawn at this spot or not. There's definitely spots where they do. Up here, I remember being a particularly nasty area. But it's one of those things, like, you need the skills to be able to combat your guardians and your prot spirits and shielding hands and all that. Good stuff. Incidentally, like, also Dark Bond, right? So you need stuff to be able to crack defenses. Like, that's a non-negotiable. That's vital. But at the same time, when you do that, you also make maintaining enchantments potentially more difficult, which hurts elementalists especially, but it's also not good for like Zandra's Bar or it's basically like the difference between enchantments that are meant to last for a relatively short period of time and those that are meant to last for a long time, and those that are meant to support a build versus like it's almost, it should almost be two separate types of buffs, and one should be harder to remove than the other. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I feel. Just thinking about it a little bit. Because in many regards, they are fundamentally like slotting into things in different ways. So it's like, should Sliver Armor be considered the same type of skill as Elemental Attunement? I don't know that it should be. Like, the differences inherent in their purpose and functionality are just so vast that comparing them feels a bit weird. It's definitely something that I would consider were I in charge of some sort of long-term, or like, if I were literally remaking the game. That's a strong spot for considering a different approach. Because I think a different approach might be warranted. Dear goodness, I took off like half that guy's health with one hit. Because like Sliver Armor needs to be easier to remove than Elemental Attunement, for example, as well. I'm not really sure what I would do about it. But I do think it would be worth doing something about it, I guess, is really where I settle in that matter. In this matter, maybe? Where do you think you're going? Where do you think you're going? I need to remember to use counterattack more regularly. Really helps with managing my energy. Like, I have fairly good energy management on this bar, all things considered. Right. I have a couple of expensive skills. And, like, it's not that this bar has good energy management. I should rephrase. The scythe has good energy management. But it is interesting to think, like, okay, if you're coming at this from sort of first principles, how do you necessarily want to arrange things, right? Oh, now that was beautiful splinter weapon. Accidentally caps lock. Don't want to do that. Oh, I should probably put my phone on Do Not Disturb, huh? I don't know if that came through the microphone. Let me address that real quick. Okay. Hopefully that's not an important message for me. Something about arborists, it looked like. I'm gonna go this way. I think the turtles come this way. I want to make sure it's clear of threats. I would say an incoming fallback chain would be... Aha, it was not. Would be good for counteracting my self-degen. Ow. That's just rude. Of course, scythes are really good against clustered spirits like that. It's doubly so when Splinter Weapon gets involved. Purple skies, the weird crab leviathan crawly monster thingy. Okay, some guys running in that we really want to make sure we're taking down. Like quite the group. Let's make sure Elias is with us, eh? We want his minions. Oh yeah, Splinter Weapon. It's a thing of beauty. And the buffs to minions are really helping Elias here. I'm gonna give him a little bit of time to raise some minions. Actually, I'm gonna look up Primal Rage while I do. Primal Rage. Okay, it's in Gala Hatchery explorable area, which is actually probably a little bit closer. So once I finish this, I can go get this, which is good. Yeah, no, not that. What does Jack's Reaver have? Oh, charge, which I believe I already possess. So. Okay, that'll be something for me to do later. Let's go hunting. Some more the Kurziks. These elementals are a little bit rude. Leave that to everyone else to kind of finish off. Kurzik Bobble. Okay. I don't see any more red dots converging on this location, so let's just go ahead and make our way up. Along sort of the main path. Clear some guys out. I'm waiting for the minions to catch up, if anybody's wondering what I'm doing pausing there. They're an important part of not only our offense, but our defense as well. That was kind of a bad fat finger, but it happens. It wasn't a huge waste or anything, just a little bit of energy. You get over here. It would be neat if power attack was made to just be an attack skill that was workable with anything. I don't know exactly how they would set that up, but there's no reason why it couldn't be, I don't think. Well, I don't know. But being able to like randomly use that with a spear or whatever would be cool. people know that they can't just post links into random chats without expecting to get purged. And they try to fake it in a way that gets around the bots. And human brains are just able to process things in a way that machines cannot. Machines have to recognize patterns in a strict way, not in the fuzzy way we humans can. That's just how it goes. I am waiting a moment, not for like Elias to make minions, and also, yeah, because I wasn't sure if there'd be a spawn. And I wanted to be able to catch any spawns that are happening. Man, Splinter Weapon is good stuff. I understand Vec has like a lot of things to do, so I can't always Splinter Weapon me, but feels great whenever he does. Yeah, I need to remember to let that just hit. I'm always the best at that. Splinter Weapon. Or whatever. The armor. A lot of Juggernauts here. It's good to get them out of the way early. Kind of want Vex Bar to just be Splinter Weapon and Thunderclap. Would that be stupid? Probably a little bit. But it would be convenient for me. Okay, is that everything? What do you think, Elias? Giving them enough time? Just a weird rock formation on the edge of the compass. Something like that. Probably. There'll still be a few spawns we have to deal with, but it'll be fine. It's what, 16 minutes to go and clear all that out? Oh, here we go. It's the thing I was talking about with a few spawns showing up. Slow you down even more. Okay. Petrus, I would like this here, please. Now, fortunately, the turtles are being protected by the power of our Soul Twist. That does help. Where's their monk? Okay, they got a couple of monks out here. How about you don't do that? Let's see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You need enchantment removal to be able to take care of stacked defensive buffs, but I don't necessarily like it hitting skills like masochism or oh, there's a bunch of other examples too. Yeah, elemental attunements and things like that. I don't know, maybe these attunements should have 5-second recharges or something. course, you don't want to spend all of your time casting them either, so it's a little bit of a tricky one. But honestly, you could probably make some of these skills, like Masochism, like the attunements, these really long-lasting enchantments. You could probably make them passive skills instead. There is technology for that, although it's only monster skills that are that way, as far as I know. But if they were passive skills, then you could just kind of have them on your bar and they would be taking effect. I think it would be fine for some of those. There's not a whole lot of skills that I would necessarily want in that category, but the attunements are absolutely one that I could see putting there. Others, like Masochism, Awaken the Blood. Yep. It's like you spend a lot of time like prepping everything, and then it's like move swiftly after that. There's obviously some downsides. There are advantages to things being enchanted, so like it's not all straight upside either. If you did something like that. And again, there's like not a ton of skills that I'd put in that category. Master of Magic I probably would as well. Spirit Strength probably could be. Like, the cheaper the enchantment and the longer the duration, the more it's just like, this could just be a passive skill. And you have to ask, should making it vulnerable to removal be important? Obviously, of course, they're like no longer being an enchantment would be a huge downside for certain. Like Mystic Regeneration becomes worse on Elementalist if it's not counting your attunements, for example. It would have pretty significant implications. But it is interesting to think about. Oh, Zandra is a Luxon. I kind of forgot about that. Okay, this did trigger a spawn. Suddenly grateful for the Psychic Instability nerf. Anything else? Nope, just that group of like 4 casters. It's kind of weird, the things that are like the way the triggers are set up in this mission, but I don't hate it or anything. I do think having either the Luxon or the Kurzik title like marked, equipped as your active title, should override whatever your faction status is. I think that would be very convenient. There's a bunch of little things like that. Of course, titles didn't exist back then, so when factions first came out. I think titles were introduced with Nightfall, if I remember correctly. There's a lot of things that we think of as being like just a part of the game that were introduced with Nightfall. Inscriptions, insignia were also introduced with Nightfall. What they did in Prophecy is like insignia were fixed to different armor sets. And then in Factions, it was just like, and here is all of the, like for each armor set crafter is like all the different insignia you could get for that profession on each piece of armor sort of thing. I don't remember exactly how it worked. I don't remember if there were some restrictions, but It's like gladiator armor for warrior was inbuilt radiant, for example. I've talked about this sort of thing before, of course. I'm sure you could find the historical stuff on the wiki if you dug deep enough. You might have to go to the unofficial Guild Wars wiki, though, before the ArenaNet made theirs. It's definitely an area where there were a lot of Kurziks, but we already took out, I think, most of them, if not all of them. I don't know, Gwen. It might just have a better fuel source. Well, yep. Don't give him an inch of ground. Stand firm. I say in the middle of stretching. Makes my voice all sound wonky. Them stretchings is good stuffs. Good stuffs, I say. All right. Little waddles on. I think we have one more location, and then it's the final one. And a standoff against the Afflicted. It's definitely a long mission. Now been 25 minutes, so it's been an additional 9 minutes of leading these guys around. What is the... There's all characters you've played for 253 hours and 21 minutes over the past 31 months. Definitely could have been fewer months if I was playing this more consistently, but... A flag waving like an antenna. My dad likes to off-road in a Jeep, and I remember having these big, long, whippy antennas for the CB radios back in the day. I think they might do something a little different now. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't been on a Jeep trip with him in ages, but as it is his hobby, not mine, and it is nice to kind of participate with him on it. But I just remember those big old antennas whipping around as the vehicles rocked back and forth, going over rocks and logs and uneven terrain. There's Jumpy as a dredge in a room full of rubber balls. I'm looking for him. Yep, sure are a lot of enemies approaching. I've done my job successfully, it would seem. I'm looking forward to a lot of the stuff they've talked about Guild Wars 3. Just seeing how that ends up coming together. Okay, time to be attacked by the Afflicted. Then I can go get Primal Rage. feel like the thing that makes the most sense is you kind of want a low recharge defensive stance. Random guys just fall over. I have 5 remaining. Destroy the attacking plague force. Hold the line. This part is where you're probably, unless something goes horrendously wrong, going to be fine. I've been playing so much Guild Wars 2 recently. I wanted to... When inventory full makes me want to, like, deposit materials, as if that would make any sense here. Pro tip, it is not. Frenzied defense is definitely not the skill that I want, though. Grapple also is not what you want. It would work to get you out of a bad stance choice, but... Excuse me. You guys are causing me problems. I guess we succeeded. I don't know what we did necessarily for that, but I am content with it. Okay. Good old Master's Reward, as expected. Okay. I'm going to grab that. Nicodemus. I am looking for... Why can I not... Feels a bit ridiculous. There's the Shunlight chest. No wonder I couldn't find it. It was hidden up on a hill. For some ludicrous reason. I guess I should probably be identifying and salvaging things, but I had a weird fingernail thing I want to take care of. Okay, deposit that material. I think it's this wand. Nice, that's 96 gold. Let's get that in there. There should be a merchant around here somewhere. Yeah, over there. Petrus has the follow-up quest. I should take that while I'm thinking about it. You. Bach. Town is owned by the... You probably won't talk to me either, will you? Oh, you will. Interesting. Not that I want the elite Luxon armor. Well, at least that. Right. Back into Yalahatchee Explorable, so I can go capture an elite skill. Seems good to me. And we'll probably lead Master Togo on his merry way. I might swap into a spear build, though, for Unwaking Waters. Because that seems prudent. It looked like it was out over this direction somewhere. This reef lurker. I don't know whose it was. They've resurrected it. So that's cool. One of these Leviathan creatures out this way. Oh, this one actually specifically. I'm a warrior, incidentally. I didn't seem to want to use this. I can't say I entirely blame it. Dangerous skill. It seems like one I want to try using. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I do have yeah. Stuff to get from my bank. Put Imlad back on my list of skills here. Frenzy is not the right cancel stance for this. Attack and move 33% faster, but take double damage. Yeah, taking double damage is definitely not what you want. Shield stance isn't any good. Could use a discipline stance. That has a bit of a longer recharge than I would, strictly speaking, like. Full second recharge. The problem is, a lot of the shorter recharge ones have an adrenal cost, which is not ideal for keeping available. I think discipline stance makes the most sense as just a cancel stance. So if you don't want to be primal raging anymore, you use that instead and remove the taking double damage effect. That's kind of the key thing there that you get from that. Right. What am I thinking about right now? I am thinking about... This guy won't sell me any skills. I don't know that there's new skills here, though. I feel like Factions kind of front loads them. It reminds me that there's some monk skills that I do want to go grab. Ow. Yeah, okay, Primal Rage is maybe bad against Afflicted. I wasn't really thinking about that. Well, also just have it removed. That's an option. this could be bad. Okay, looks like I'm safe. Somewhat safe. It's hard to know. Obviously, while the protective spirits are up, I'm a lot safer while using that than I would be otherwise, but I guess I normally just go down over here, huh? Honestly, for PvE purposes, I don't know that this needs double damage. I think it's okay for warrior just to have a strong elite that allows them to be able to be more effective in every single way. But, you know, that's a PvE consideration for balance. Or maybe, like, instead of double damage, you have minus 10 armor or something. 10 or maybe even 20 armor. So you take more damage, but you're not absolutely wrecked by as many things. It's probably a more balanced place to put it. See, this is why we have cancel stances. If we come in a threat like that, we can do something about it. Kind of not really great set of directions to go through. Guess this is acceptable. We're gonna find ourselves under attack by a lot of different targets, though. Collection of spirits there. Spirit of Disenchantment is especially brutal. Every hit that it makes removes an enchantment, so I would rather avoid fighting the Salt Spray Dragons. They're not as bad in this as they are in freaking Guild Wars 2, but it doesn't make them nothing. Ow. Well, theoretical ow anyway. Oh, that's not ideal. What an absolute mess this has become. I was hoping to kind of avoid this mess, but looks like I can't. Okay, I'd like to get out of some of these danger puddles. I forgot about soothing. Not as bad as soothing images, but it's not great. Okay, I think we're in control now. Mostly. As your crest, I'm going to want to salvage. It probably has scales. Soothing makes things take much longer to apply, which is... Or it slows the rate of adrenaline gain, which is unfortunate and not something I really want to have happening to me. I think we're fighting this group. Ride the Lightning is actually kind of sweet on melee attackers, but the problem is it really, really overcasts you quickly. Yes, because I have a hammer, a gavel of the Nephilim, floating around my bank, waiting to go onto this character. I don't know why I would necessarily want that shocking axe. What do I currently have? The pumpkin helm. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm just gonna have a increasingly cluttered inventory though. I don't mind. Like, I'm basically probably able to just push through and finish factions day on this character, which is pretty reasonable to go ahead and do. Jade daggers look neat. I'll give him that. Like, yeah. Okay. You can get a quest reward given to me. And I can deposit the scale. Oh, yes. Where's this gavel? I want to hang on to that gavel of the Nephilim. Let's see. So she does not have a vampiric. Why is this sitting here? Whatever. It's fine. Okay, my sword options on her are garbage right now. I have this piece of trash, and then this ebon sword, which is another piece of trash. I have a couple of good sword mods. I don't think I really care about ebon, do I? Probably not. I'll make her custom swords later, but yes, an amulet of the mist. I want to hang on to this on her so I can pick up. I want to get Cheeto's sword and the dragon axe, or whatever it's called. So I want to have that on. I want to make sure I grab that while I'm thinking about it. Okay. Let's just go ahead and save to template. So, Leah Ash. Primal Scythe. Sure, that works. Okay. Now we're going to go over to Paragon. This is just not a spot where it makes sense. We don't need Primal Rage for this. I'm not sure what I am going to want to use with this, although, to be honest. For an elite. I don't really have a reason to go anything other than strength. I do have every reason to go with this, though. Yeah, because a lot of these just care about melee. I mean, I could use Flourish, technically. Defy Pain. I don't need Swordsmanship open. Otherwise, what, some tactics nonsense? You're all alone. None of these sound terribly exciting. Unblockable Throw. Mighty Throw is very good now. Holy Spirit is actually quite useful. Spear of Lightning. Do I have... I don't know that I actually have Flail unlocked, which seems like something I'd want to correct. Where do I get Flail? Hang on. Flail. Ah. Interesting. So I basically have two spots where I can go get it that are at all reasonable. It's either available in like Torment off of skill trainers. So that's obviously a ways away. Or I can capture it off of a couple of bosses in Nightfall earlier on. There's also several... I have the north bosses I could capture it off of if I wanted it. There's some value to going to capture it now. I wouldn't need to go... I think I could get it off the Rage on Tuca boss. Hang on. I could make a really stupid bar and then go grab it and then... I'll slot in Primal Rage for the moment. And sprint. And then 2 seconds to capture. Okay, this is going to be vaguely annoying to do, but it's how I'm going to need to approach it. I'm just going to go to my guild hall. Go grab these segments of capture. Then go to Embark Beach. Okay. This way to get to Millennium Travel. Just take me Consulate Docks. It's an 8-person map. That's what I care about right now. Okay, just slot these suckers on. Actually, this skill would be an absolutely atrocious idea there. Just gonna slot on you're all alone. It doesn't matter. Okay. It's an Arcjock Ward. Yeah, it's right outside Sunspear Sanctuary as well, so I'm gonna go from here. Scythe Ritualists? I don't... You're on your Dervish Paragon? I'm trying to confuse us, aren't you? Okay. There's an argument for Gwen being Panic going over here, but... that argument is good and not one that I'm bothering with, I suppose. The Strength Shield? Yeah, it is. And this is the Anniversary Spear. Okie doke. Let's talk to this wandering priest and then go see about getting our teeth kicked in. Oh, Dwayna. Night. Do me a favor. Plants? Helps if I type it correctly. You could get stuff here, but ooh. 20 minutes you have plus 1 health regeneration. Yeah, don't really need any of these. It does tell you what attributes, you know, like Dervish, Wind Prayers is associated with. Oh, we just lost favor. Are associated with Dwayna. Paragon Leadership and Motivation are both associated with Dwayna. Obviously, Monk in general is associated with Dwayna. Although technically Smiting Prayers is Balthazar aligned, but they didn't really split them for whatever reason. It's just interesting to see how that stuff works out. Okay, where is Onwin? Yeah, that's who I need. Take out this group and then head over to him. Hey, you're all alone. Ow. This is why I didn't bring Primal Rage, because I knew these guys used clumsiness. I should use For Great Justice. Do I have that? I do. Absolutely one of the skills I should slot on once I'm in the point to do that. Okay. Capture Flail, which unlocks that. Capture Rage of Natuka, which is a very dubious skill. Like, it'd give me 7 strikes of Adrenaline, and then for 8 seconds whenever I use an Adrenaline skill, that skill recharges for 3 seconds. It's like... See, it, like, charges everything up, which is good, but, like, now I have to wait for it to recharge, which is not great. Okay. That's what I wanted from here. Back to Kinding Center and Unwaking Waters Luxon. Okay. So I want Flail. I don't know what I'm going to use for an elite, to be perfectly honest. Or Great Justice, which I just was mentioning. I guess I might as well just slot in Defy Pain. There's nothing else here that I want more, so... I think the rest of my party is maybe a little low on the damage. I should definitely switch Elias over to Bone Fiends. I mean, we've got some caster damage going on, so it should be fine, right? We'll see how this goes. Barbs would also be actually fairly recommended, but I don't really want to figure out slotting that on. I guess I could give it to Gwen instead of some of her other stuff. Is that worth doing? Yeah, probably. Just take your inspiration magic out. Go slash necromancer and slot in curses. Barbs. Any more damage matters. We'll go for a Resig. I can just go Shatter Enchantment if I want enchantment removal. Maybe I want Spiritual Pain. Yeah, okay, let's do that. It's not like a huge thing, but it will help with damage a bit. Not sure where I get Cruel Spear. I'll check that. Well, I know one spot, but I missed it already, so. Okay, I can get it in Modoc Crevice, so I should probably go back for that. Yeah, it's not far from the interior entryway. I might go grab... Like, I'm probably going to take this character back in at Nightfall once I finish doing this in factions. I definitely have more skills to capture from factions, but... Getting an elite spear attack unlocked would also be good. This is a very low energy use. I don't know if this is better than Arbalist or not right now, to be honest. Probably slightly better because it gives me a slightly increased crit chance. But Arbalist would have a higher attribute associated with it, so that might just be better. Because my strength is higher. Even though this doesn't have any other mods. I don't think it's a festival right now, is it? So that 20% is basically null. I don't need the energy from it. Yeah, I think Arbalist is actually better right now. Funny enough. Even without any bonus mods. Oh. Okay, what the heck? Why is my entire party getting absolutely wiped? Did I just have really bad target prioritization? Okay, well, hang on. I can't do it if my entire party is dead. What the heck? That was weird. I don't know what happened there, to be honest. Must have been terrible target prioritization on my part. That's the best I can figure. Like, I do think a lot of spear attacks at this point are going to need buffs. If Mighty Throw and Unblockable Throw are where they are going to, like, have these things balanced, a lot of the rest of them need buffs. Like, Wearing Spear you'd never use over Mighty Throw. It's the same plus damage for more adrenaline with the downside instead of an upside. Like, it doesn't have a reason to exist. Not that it had a reason to exist beforehand either. The inflicting weakness on yourself like that is just bad. Okay. I don't know what could have gone so wrong. Did they just decide to stand in ray of judgment for until they died? I guess that's possible. Takor is getting heavily pressured. Okay. I don't know what mod I want on this. Probably Furious would be good. Yeah, I took that like a champ because of my... Wow. I don't know what the DPS on that was, but it was disgusting. That is chucking some spears. That was really chucking some spears. Oh, wow. Zenaida. Yeah, that's annoying. Okay. Let's just go take care of this. Wow, that was crazy. It's the amount that was pumping out. I'm gonna go back to the scythe bar, but load from template. Let's see, this is gonna be a little bit. There it is. Load. I mean, this is all of my accounts builds on it, so it's like a huge number, so it takes it a bit to like just process the whole folder. Probably will change things around with my heroes again a little bit. I'm going to go ahead with Elias and put animate Bonehor in there because I want him to do a little bit of mixture of both. Gwen. You know, Barb's is not bad. I think I want Panic on her over E-Surge. That just seems more important to me. I think the rest of this is probably fine, though. I think I might leave a weak Barbs on her. I mean, a lot of the offense is on me and the Ellies. That's fine. I don't need the materials from these right now. I need the gold. I was about to salvage them because I'm like, let's just salvage these. It's easy. But Haruko. Okay. Let's turn in this quest to Captain Say. And then double check there's nothing I want to capture here on this character, actually. Or maybe I just want to remember Modoc Crevice. Oh. I can remember that. Mercy Palace. The bosses are... Yeah, Auspicious Parody I already have. Yeah, okay, we're good. We are good. Oh. The Cruel Spear boss in mind, though. I want to go after that. Let's go ahead and deposit these. I think that's a higher priority than going after a lot of the other warrior elites. I am going to replace Imlad with this skill because this skill is bonkers. I'm going to go with my usual Danica and Talon. Maybe someday I should do these, picking some of the other ones, so I know what they even do. But it's not going to be this day. Oh my goodness, these Ellies hit like trucks. We'll be a little bit better off once we got some supply of minions as well. Right now, a lack of minions means that we don't have the body blocking force, I guess you might as well say. Well, I'm happy to eat anything with that. My goodness. Talk about brutal. How long does this last? 10 seconds? 15? That skill is absolutely crazy. So, just absolutely crazy. But we're about to fight another boss and recharge it, so... Okay, so there's a couple of things that I'm seeing that's giving us the problems we're having right now. I'm just going to reset. I need enchantment removal, and my lack of enchantment removal is actually a real problem right now. I also think I need different monk bars. Let's see. This is probably a terrible idea. Hang on, because I wanted her to be doing this. Let's actually go ahead and grab a couple of runes for her. Maybe a little bit wonky of an idea, but hopefully these majors aren't too much. Major spawning power, major communing. Didn't cost much at all. Okay. Zandra. I think the communing is the more important one. It's definitely kind of a toss-up. Okay. I'm gonna just check the Priest of Balthazar for fun. I want to see what sort by campaign. Okay, I still need to get Battle Rage from anywhere. Prophecies, I just have 2 elites left to get. Factions, I have so many skills. What the heck? I'm actually doing a really good job of getting the elites captured. Looks like I have like 4 elites. 1, 2, 3, 4. The regular skills, I am way behind on. Decent number of Nightfall skills. Factions is definitely where I'm dropping the ball. A lot of this is just having the money to mass buy everything. I do also want to capture Ferocious Strike on either this or my Dervish. I don't actually care which, but that's one that I mean, a lot of these are pet skills that I want to get on my Necro, who's doing pet stuff. There's a number of monk skills that I want to get on this character. Probably Holy Strike. And Mending Touch I absolutely want to go grab. Signet Removal. I'm probably... Yeah, I should go after some of those. Anyway, that's enough looking at that. Let's go back to the sort. Right. Okay, I'm going to do dumb build things. Okay, Gwen... I don't think she needs to be doing that, so I'm just gonna slot her over to this. I'm gonna give her Shatter Enchantment, I think. Maybe. Shatter Enchantment. And then a few points in Healing Prayers. For everybody's favorite Resurrection Chant. Okay. So I want to... Let's actually do this first. So this is important. Boon of Creation is definitely important. I think she should be able to handle Chillblains, though. But I need to be able to get rid of some of the enchantment garbage going on. Maybe Envenom enchantments too, just for a good measure. Okay, so the big thing that I need to see, if I drop both of these, Soul Twisting is still 3 binding rituals, which is what's important. Okay, 8 is the breakpoint for 2 curses. That seems good then. I'm gonna bring Communing up and go like this, I think. Make these things last a bit longer. But having some more dedicated enchantment removal will help tremendously. I've been liking... I do like Peace and Harmony. I think I'm going to swap over to Shield of Regeneration. Reversal of Fortune is important with Divine Boon. Actually, do I want to go Shield of Regen? It is really strong. Maybe dismiss condition? Roth might actually be less good than like Shield Guardian or Aegis. Let's go with Aegis, I think. Aegis has good synergy with Dismiss Condition. Okay, I'm definitely going to touch up Dunkoro as well. How do I want to build him, though? I'm going to just go Word of Healing, just to get the big heals going. Do I want Healer's Boon? Maybe I go Healer's Boon? I don't know. There's advantages to Healer's Boon, but... I think I'll go with Word of Healing, because I want that big heal. And given the amount of burning we've been under, Words of Comfort might actually be a good supplemental. Or I could see swapping... Yeah, maybe I actually do want to go. Your Hex is not bad to have. I think I might go HP and Glyph of Lesser. I do like having Glyph of Lesser with Heal Party. Just it helps with managing that energy load. Need Elias to survive for like 50 different reasons, but hopefully... Well, we'll see how this works out. This is not really a Primal Rage sort of spot, I am finding. I might actually go with Defy Pain instead. Then I don't need that. So I could use Berserker Stance. I'm not really sure I'm keen on that. Maybe I should just grab Tiger Stance and use that. Yeah, let's do that. Tiger Stance should probably have a lower recharge, but that's not really the point. I'm gonna just take a bunch of cash and buy some of these warrior skills that I'm missing. There's some important ones in here. Actually, I need more Sickness of Capture, so I might just spend like 4 of it on Sickness Cap Sigs. But I want to grab Tiger Stance. I don't think Tiger Stance is great, but it's like... It does something, so... Auspicious Blow is really important for Hammer. I'm gonna go ahead and grab that one too while I'm at it. Like, I don't know, Tiger Stance is kind of not super exciting, but I think it does a good enough job. The way that they could make this more appealing is they could do a couple of things to Tiger Stance. They could give it longer uptime, so that way the fail to hit is a big downside. Like, if you could keep this up 100% of the time, but as soon as you fail to hit, it's like, oh no. That would be one way that they could approach Tiger Stance. Actually, do I have... Maybe... No, I don't have Drunken Master unlocked yet. That'd probably be a better choice. But even without, like, the Drunken effect. They could also... like add a move speed buff to it as well, so kind of a non-elite Primal Rage, but you just can't keep it up all the time. Sort of. A little bit. I don't know. There's different ways that they could approach trying to do Tiger Stance. make it appealing. But right now, it is definitely like one of the more mediocre increased attack speed skills, but it's fine. Berserker Stance might be better. I don't know. The thing is, part of why I'm going with this is because its energy burden is less. Okay, Kuunavang, I want this skill, please and thank you, thank you. Okay. Let's try to do better this time. Like, this is definitely how you approach this game, though. If you fail that badly, and I definitely felt like I was failing pretty badly, you go back to the drawing board and you rework what you're doing. Like, part of the problem is these guys were putting sliver armor up, and then we had no way of getting rid of it, and we were getting absolutely ruined by it. And the minions weren't helping in that case. I don't know that Zondra was actually doing any good there by Chillblaining, but I mean, she can just get bipped too, so all works out fine. And like Dunkor is better able to push HP bars up. Better. Danica using the Allied Ray of Judgment? I don't know where she would be, but she might be. What the heck is she doing at point blank? Gotta take those Ellies down. They're definitely the biggest threat here. Being able to get rid of sliver armor is just so helpful. Yeah, look at that group getting ruined by panic. The aversion stopped is good. Okay, this is where Talon does this thing, I think. Drop Talon. Danica will help later at the end. Having an extra monk along is definitely a benefit. Easy to forget that you can get Kuunavang skills here. Yeah, I don't know who's using the... Dear goodness. Danica, why do you have Purge Signet? That's another skill that I do want to get on this character, actually. It's going to be a little bit before I can declare monk done, but we're not actually that far from it. I think this character's beaten prophecies, right? Or has Emberlight camp at least? Still, wing skin is pretty neat. I'm gonna wait for this disease to get under control. Kind of quarantining us, I suppose, but... There we go. No reason to go in at that sort of disadvantage. Small as it somewhat is, still a disadvantage, you know? Tiger stance ended pretty early there. Think about how bad it'd be against Auspicious Parry, and these guys have it, but whatever, it's fine. It's kind of a filler slot. It helps a bit. Probably should be Berserker stance, though, honestly. That'd get me going a lot faster. I'm gonna go this direction. You know why? Because I always go the other direction. I always head north here. I don't think of it as north, but I guess it is. Let's go south instead. I think of it in left and right. For anyone who's actually curious. Probably should go capture some elites. Well, I mean, that is kind of my goal after this, is to go capturing elites, so whatever. I'm being redundant in my language. This group is coming in. I want this to be renewed. Okay, good. Terrifying LA boss down. I just have regular, ordinary, boring enemies to take out. I think this character's still... No, I must have done prophecies on her. I don't see the thing anymore. The thing being the book. We'll have the factions book lying around, because I need to go to Eternal Grove. But these last two are pretty quick to take care of, so at least that. It's a good idea to just clear these guys out a little bit before trying to cross the bridge. I'm not worrying about the PvE only elite skills, by the way, from the 15th anniversary. Those do not count towards... they're not skills that you unlock. Neither are any of the PvE only skills, actually. None of them are, so none of them matter for my particular quests. So it's not like I have to do Polymach or something in order to be able to complete this. Or Polymach. You know what would be the funniest thing is if Guild Wars 3 had Polymach. I don't expect it to. But I have no reason to expect it to. But it would be really funny. Okay. This is a spot where if you bring Sin with you, she takes out the bridge and stuff. And speeds up that spot, but it's not a big deal either way. Danica helps in the spot right across from here. Everywhere it's just like they skip a little bit of encounters. skip some encounters regardless of which one you take, sort of thing. So it's like which encounters are the best to skip. I don't know. This is the two that I've always done, but it might not be the best. This might just be the ones that I've always done. You know, no reason to expect that to guaranteed to be the best ones. Just to force a habit more than anything. Yeah, this whole section is a bit weird. I should definitely do a run through of this at some point in time where I just like, or a series of run throughs where I'm just like, okay, but what about all the dudes that I usually don't bring with me? What do they do? What did they just fight? What's going on here? This one just always seems so trivial that there didn't seem to be any reason to bring Pinocchio, if you ask me. Like, it adds a bit of additional pressure to the monks to take care of, but just a small amount, relatively speaking. Hi, allow me to introduce you to my crazy damage over time effect. I don't think he liked it, but I do think it was effective. Here's where we get this weird random cutscene. Why is there a weird random cutscene there? I don't know. Do all of our minions make it? What's going on with our minions? There's our minion. Okay. So I guess some of that area was pretty harsh on Elias's minions, but the rest of us didn't care. Behold. Okay, if you guys want to hang out around me, that's fine. I'm cool with that. I'm super tanky right now. Do you want to get this assassin boss out of my backline? I don't really like him here. I don't know that he's enjoying my backline, though. Ooh, 3 gold coins. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, gold coin pickup noise. Yeah, isn't bad. Could have been 3 seconds slower, and it would have been a cool meme number from a decade and a half to 2 decades ago. But, you know, that's not how this works. Okay. Imperial Sanctum definitely has some slightly different considerations. For one thing, there won't be anything for Elias to do minion making wise. So that's going to need to be different. Some good value on those. Also, stance breaking is super important, and my energy is going to be a lot worse. I guess it's okay to kind of keep doing this part, though. Let's check. Yeah, I just don't have the dagger mastery for things. Maybe the Paragon thing would be better. Or maybe I should just maybe I should just go axe rather than, because I have wings axe, so that works just fine. What I'm thinking is this is a stance break. I mean, body blow is still fine to run. Yeah, do I have an axe hat though? I do. Axe is the one hat I do have. Well then, let's go axe. Maybe split strength and tactics a little bit. That lets me use shield stance, which might be a good idea. Just in case I need to quickly protect myself. But whirling axe is probably a really strong plan. If I had an assassin axe, I could absolutely use critical agility, which would be fantastic, but I don't. Because then it would last 9 seconds. At 4 seconds, it's a little bit dubious. The limit is also good. I might just be running flurry here, actually. Should kind of be fine regardless, yeah. I don't think the interrupt there matters much. I kind of want to be spamming whirling axes to the extent that I'm able, so I don't really have a whole lot of room for energy with flurry. Like, I'll be able to maintain it with wings axe, but that means I can't like bring a whole lot of other energy skills. So maybe just agonizing chop, just because it's reasonable seeming. Yeah, let's just bring it, because why not? I think the rest of this is probably mostly fine. I don't really need cure hex, but I don't feel like mucking about with that. That said, death magic is absolutely atrocious here, and I would swap him out in a heartbeat if I had something good to swap him out to. Panic also is not good here. This is definitely a bring inspiration spot where I want Spirit of Failure. There's a bunch of good curses stuff that I'd have that I could bring, but like Elias isn't really well set up for doing that. Just drop the minion stuff. Withering Aura is probably decent. Splinter Weapon's not really doing anything, but whatever. I don't feel like changing things up too much. We'll see how this goes. It's not... Shiro's very weird. Like... Oh, you know, I'm probably going to drop to the limit here for Kuunavang's skill. Kuunavang's skill is just very good for warrior. It's worth using. Yeah, this is definitely a good choice, though. Like, the biggest thing is being able to stop battle scars as frequently as you can. That's what, like, battle scars is what heals him and, like, and whatnot. So if I can stop that regularly, then, like, we're in a much better spot. I am going to wait until he's low on health to use for Great Justice and my other goodies. I kind of want to just stick to using Whirling Axe as much as possible, to be honest. Any other adrenaline I spend is slowing down Whirling Axe spam. Maybe those were not the best of choices. Oh, whatever. He went down. Yeah, that went pretty smoothly. Even if I was getting blind spammed at the end, so was he from Eruption, so... Meh. Eruption did a lot of work there at the end, actually. Okay, so give me my thing. Now I have 2 of these. Excellent. Steel. I want Shiro's sword and Dragon Crest axe. Now I have all of them. Behold, my collection of weapons grows. Yeah, Whirling Axe helped a lot there, though, I think. I don't know why Shiro dropped a break hammer. I think that's kind of funny. I do eventually want to get this character Elite Canthan. But maybe not the helmet, but the Elite Canthan, the rest of it. But that's a long goal off for this account. Well, not that long, but it's the sort of thing where, like, I don't mind grabbing resources from my main account once I've finished completing the quest for unlocking all skills. But, you know, I'm a ways away from there. Well, that went fairly well, so that's good. I do need to customize these weapons. I can do that once we get to town. I need some more interesting sword pommels. A lot of that stuff is like, how do you get gold weapons and et cetera, et cetera. I'd kind of like an assassin sword pommel. That would be useful. An enchanting one to go with my cold one as well would be nice. I'll tell you right now, actually. I should have that on instead of this piece of trash. Like, yeah, that's just so weak. That one I have value for, at least in terms of its icy mod. There's not really a need for me to run through here, but part of me feels like I ought to. You know, it's kind of a weird sense, but also that Xandra bar like is ridiculous. All right. Hello. Yep. You mourn him, Emperor Kisu. You mourn him. I meanwhile need to think about where to go capture some skills that I want. There's a bunch in... Do I still have... Boy, I have a bunch of those I need to go do. Chasing's in my... Stemming the tide. Well, I guess I can just... I can do that pretty easily. Okay, I should be able to go... Probably don't really need shield stance at this point. Compared to the limit, especially. Okay. I went down from here. Oh my goodness, I need to customize so many weapons. Why do I have so few weapons customized? How do I get down? Where's the... I need to talk to Zingpa over here. Okay. You need to go spend some time at a weaponsmith, customizing some weapons, apparently. I think it's over that way, isn't it? No. It's by Guildmaster Lewin. It's over this way. I'm interested in a cold sword, not an ebon sword. I think this one I might as well just sell as well. You, Monzo. What do you make? Okay, do you make the 15/50 katana? I'll probably want this at some point on this character, but not now. Customize. That's all good. All right. Yeah, I opened up a space there. Let's go ahead and slot this dragon crest axe over there. More space will be opened up as I fill in more books. What is this? A Furious Hammer? I'm not seeing a whole lot of reason to hang on to this. Maybe I want the Furious mod for a hero? I don't know. But if I'm using Hammer on hero, it's probably just going to be the Sundering Rhino's charge, so I might not have a good reason to hang on to that one. Merchant. I would like an identification kit, please. Thank you. Identify that. It's going to be worth a little bit more gold because of that, but probably not quite enough. Not even a max shelter mod. Oh yeah, Shiro's Break Hammer. It's from 55 to 74. If you can see why I identify stuff. That return on investment that you get from it. Hokkaido. I do need to go get triple chop off of Wing. I think the first thing I'm going to do, actually, though, is go to Embark Beach and go get the, let's see, go Paragon, go get myself the Cruel Spear that I keep eyeing. Name this episode Going Broke for Skills, maybe. Probably not, but definitely am feeling that. That's so weird. I'm used to Hourglass Staff not, like, being a blue from the slash bonus. Seeing one in my bank that is not is very strange. I need to go to Modoc Crevice. I should be able to enter from here. I do need to fix some of my bars a little bit. This is not what we're doing on Gwen. And I do like Panic. I took out her elite to give her no elite. That's funny. But it's not like she really needed one against Shido. Her skill is empathy against him. Ba, ba, ba. A nice blend of minions. I'm happy to continue stuff on Zondra the way I have been. And I didn't really edit these guys at all, I don't think. Honestly, the main thing I want to do here is that. Okay. I am slash Paragon, so I can go capture this skill. I need to talk to this guy. I wonder if I can get to the do not touch while I'm doing this. I might. It's probably prudent. Some random corners in here. I see. Like axe is a great way to deal with some of the nonsense in here. At least when paired with To the Limit. The boss's name is like Yoken or something. Let me double check to see where he was actually. Okay. More right than left, it would appear. Probably near those tusked howlers, if I had to guess. Wow, interrupted my attack. That's rude. What was the plus on that? 32. It's still pretty respectable. Even with my lower strength. It's a little weird that I don't have Cyclone Axe, but I don't know, it's fine. I'm looking for names. I don't know that the boss I'm looking for is among the Tusk Towers. It just seems likely, so kind of going that way. Okay, hang on. It's a little further north. Unless the boss roams, which is also a possibility. It's actually probably a bug, now that I think about it. Guy's getting absolutely wrecked by eruption. Okay, I feel like I've gone too far based upon what the map was showing. Hang on. Yes, Yukon True Shot. It was showing as being more like we're like here. There's something. This boss is hidden and only appears once you're close to him. I'm gonna head through the water then. Towards this wandering priest. It is a bug boss. Incidentally. Man, Panic is so good at like stopping random nonsense. I wonder where this actually is that's near then. It looks like I've been to that spot based upon what I'm seeing here. But maybe not quite the right spot. I kind of wish I could toggle these red dots off so I could actually see the map better. This thing's not just pulling my leg, is it? Looks like it should be around here. But I found some cornins here and not this boss. It definitely didn't seem like it curved back up here. Okay, I am confused. Maybe it's a spot underneath here. I just have missed a couple of times. Was the wiki shows cutting across a little bit more straight through. Yeah, I'm gonna just wander this area a little bit. Hmm. I think I just came through this spot a little bit differently. Well, I will admit that I am deeply confused. I mean, the wiki does say the boss is hidden and appears later, sort of thing. And it looks like the spawn location is... Well, that's rather phallic, isn't it? Is, like, right up in here? But I've been right up in there. It was definitely unintentional, unless it was very intentional and hidden. So it looks like the boss's spawn location should be in here. No dead boss in the immediate area. Okay, let's just wander a little bit. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know what I would be missing, though. It's not like there's any quests that affect the spawns in this area, so... Definitely further than where the wiki indicates the boss is. I am deeply confused. It looks like it should be right in around here. Oh, found in the Modoc Crevice mission, not the explorable version. That's the issue. Okay, I should go after Ishao. Ishao is outside Yolan Haven and a lot more straightforward to go after. Yeah, it's quite a ways to the do not touch. I don't think it's quite worth it. I'm like, that explains everything of like, yeah, I don't want to do the mission just to go grab that off of that boss. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do this skill capture. I need to check. Let's see. Okay, there's stuff that I want to check on the wiki, but I kind of want to keep that for the moment. So I'd like to go grab Mending Touch on this character. It's like one of those like lingering, why haven't you done this yet things. And I don't remember exactly where that is. This is a spot where people farm insects. Not that I need to. I won't. Yeah, that doubles the gain from that as well, which is spicy. Oh, yeah, I do need to capture off of Enedez, the hard-headed. Well, I should have brought 2 signals of capture. But here we are, I did not. Wait, did I kill him? I did. Because I need to unlock Headbutt anyway, so I might as well. But now I need to go back to Gilon Haven and grab another Sign of Capture. Such is life. Let's go ahead and bring Eviscerate instead of Whirling Axe. Actually, Cleave is pretty sweet now. Let's bring Cleave instead of Whirling Axe and keep Body Blow on. Okay. Okay, let's attempt number whatever this is to... Attempt number 3 to get Cruel Spear. I mean, I don't mind grabbing another elite while I'm there. Cleave is nice. I like the updates to it. Take it from a very mid skill, like not bad, not good, to like a solid choice. Probably from a 3 to a 4, I think, is what happened to it in my rating system. Okay, hang on. This is why I kept this up on the wiki. Okay, the boss I'm looking for is kind of at the rock over there. The rock over there. There. That rock over there. I definitely used those skills in the wrong order, but who cares? Not I say. Well, being weakened is definitely not ideal for a warrior. Probably... Well, I definitely don't need to calculate the who is being weakened worse for amongst the physical professions. Warrior's probably the most reliant on their weapon damage, though. Okay, that rock over there. Yeah, there's the Xiao Long Spear. Song of Power, eh? Yeah, here we are. Let's grab this multi-group of bows. Yes, Cruel Spear unlocked. There we go. Now I have a Spear Elite attack, which is good. Okay. I think that's what I want to do here for the moment. Right. Mending Touch. I mean, I'm going to hang around here for the moment, but... Mending Touch. Ah, Gate of Torment. Right. Well, I'm not far enough for that yet. I do want to get it, but... do I want to go... because I could advance this character through Nightfall further, which is not a bad idea. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. Cleave. Honestly, there's nothing to fear. Could work pretty well with hammer. I just don't have a setup for hammer in terms of equipment yet. I'm just gonna grab field stance here. Minions are definitely worse here. As such, use Rising Bile instead. I have to bring... Let's kick Zed for Margaret. Who I'm absolutely giving Broadhead Arrow to on this. I don't really think she needs to remove Hex. Read the Wind. There it is. Don't know why I was struggling to find it, but I was for some random reason. There, that's probably good. We'll see how it goes, but I do have some additional support stuff that I think will make this go. Oops, I should clear out my inventory before I go gallivanting off into missions. I'm going to keep with this for now, I think. Merchant was back over here. Okay. I don't need to capture anything here, so we're good on that front. There are some corpses here. The Roaring Ethers leave corpses, so it's not like minions are worthless, but I wanted to go with the better minions. Hey, Goran. I feel like I've been doing this one a lot lately, but that's just because I've been having to get characters through Nightfall a lot lately. Yeah, okay, I don't really have anything here that would be good. Honestly, Warrior could really use a 25% increased skill, because like a lot of these are 33%, but with downside. And if Tiger Stance was just 25% increased attack and move speed for 10 seconds on a 10-second recharge, that would also be good. Something like that would be quite helpful, in fact, for a warrior. Oh, good. Vec got to work. Because you kind of want that in strength. I think Flurry could also be better. I'm not sure what you'd want to do with it. It's honestly not terrible. It's just the energy requirements are really high. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of... I don't necessarily have Oh, Gorin. Okay. It is the other way first. Like, I'm pretty sure the damage decrease from Flurry applies... I'd have to check. I'm pretty sure it only applies to your weapons damage, not to all damage you deal. I've not been paying the most attention to what the cleave numbers have been. Well, it's been up, though. But... make sure these two get through there okay. Oh, still seems plain damaging. Probably makes it a little bit better on like assassin though. Most of your damage on assassin is not coming from your weapons, right? It's plus damage from your skills, so. What do you got for me? Yeah, Balthazar. Like, half of the time spent on these is trying to figure out where the... Duena... Find out where... Find them in the list of 6. Strength. Let's see, Lissa. Melandru, and everybody's favorite, Abaddon. Woo! Abaddon will hope ye who enter here. Abaddon or Apollyon, it means destruction, I believe. I think Abaddon is like the Hebrew and Apollyon is like the Greek. I don't know, actually. I'd have to check that. But you see the terms referenced in some of the biblical passages. Yeah, flurry was not decreased. Did not decrease the additional side damage from cleave. So I think it's just weapon damage. But they're mentioned in the Book of Revelation in the Bible. I believe that's where they get kind of mentioned. But they're just words, as far as I know. I don't know. I'm not an expert on that sort of thing. It's like Abaddon is something that you name somebody when they're a bad guy, so. And you kind of walk yourself into some of that sort of stuff. Oh, that's what I'm forgetting on Elias. Well, Dark Bond is not very good right now anyway, but I definitely am forgetting it. I'm a little hungry, which is not terribly surprising. I did start my stream late. I think I mentioned that off the top, but I mean, I was distracted by various things going on. Okay, I am absolutely waiting for this. It's been long enough since that fight started. I do not feel... Yep. I don't want to get caught up in that. Probably be aiming to wrap up about 7 p.m. my time. So a little over an hour. Hour and 15 minutes, roughly. You know, I will say some of the Mesmer nerfs have really made Roaring Ethers a ton less threatening, which I certainly appreciate. There are E-Surge wielding foes. They also have Wastrel's Demise, you may have noticed. And Mistrust. It could be quite the problem. I just gained a skill point. Hooray for me. I now have 73 on this character. And let me tell you, I don't have the gold to spend them. But I don't mind having that particular problem. I want to get as much use out of for Great Justice as I can while I have up. Let's just do yield. I mean, you can do any. Like, they pair them sort of opposite each other. So, one going that way and then the corresponding distance that way. I have to put them in some order. But, like, 6 pairs of 35, 10 pairs of 21. It's a reasonable puzzle, but if they needed to randomize the values to make it actually interesting, where you'd have to think each time, as well as randomize the locations that you'd use for success. Okay, now we can make our way back to the middle. We are quite far from beating Nightfall on this character. Like, just thinking about it, I need to do this. There's the Heart and Mind, the Grand Court of Sibelka, all the Desolation stuff, which there's a long primary quest times in there. Not many Desolation missions. Gate of Desolation, Ruins of Morai, I think are it, right? But primary quests there are extravagant. Well, somebody was a little overeager. Somebody was me, incidentally. My assassin's also going to want to prioritize factions in Nightfall because those are where the elite skills for her are. Make sure I don't forget this. That would be a silly mistake. Okay, not the Ruby Gin, not the Rune Ether. Burning Hearts, that's the, yeah. Lock you on Burning Hearts. Come up here. Get this set up. Okay. Now we can... Honestly, the next most dangerous one's the Dervish. But not if they're not actually attacking anyone. That's just the AoE. None of them are as dangerous as the Ellie by a large margin. Beshakor is pretty underwhelming. Okay, we got through that pretty smoothly. I think this is where we get Harder Mind. Do I have a... On Refuge, Unwaking Waters. I can turn on Unwaking Waters. Yeah, Ryland Refuge is a ways away from that. Probably would be good to go get Norgu, right? I need to turn in some of these quests, but... I should probably go get the thing in between. Yeah, that would probably be smart. I know I was extremely expressive just there, explaining myself. The treasure in between the things, I don't think I've gotten it recently on this character, so. It would be neat if there was some sort of interactable that you could somehow have that would list all of the treasures and whether, like, how recently you'd gotten them on that character, or like if they'd refresh on that character or whatever. It's like keeping track of that manually is a pain, but anyway. I remember the previous character that I was playing, I left off on this choice as well, so I think we just did that mission. Probably on my Mesmer? Maybe? Is it my Mesmer? No, my Dervish. My Dervish. That's what I was playing last. I did a bunch of Mesmer stuff, and then I kind of like with that character aside. It's like, you know, the more I get stuff unlocked for a profession, the more what remains is kind of the odds and ends. Yes, this gives me Norgu as my unlock option. The role of a lifetime. You know, actually, while I'm here, maybe I do. I should have grabbed the bounty, but I'm not going back for it. I am going to go ahead and follow this down to the market down there. Like, this is not the way that I want to go for him, because, like, that would be absurd, but it does get me a closer spot for getting an elite skill, maybe? There is an elite skill down there that I'm going to want at some point anyway. Might as well use for Great Justice. Does nothing if I don't use it. Just waste space on my bar. This is definitely a spot where I could be. Hello, honey, I'm home, GW. Welcome. And welcome, Raiders. Hope you're doing well. I am currently working to unlock Norgu on this character. But for those who are not entirely sure what I'm doing, I'm calling it the Quest for UAS, or Unlocking All Skills. The way that I'm tracking that is with the Priest of Balthazar. So when I go to the Priest of Balthazar, I'm able to check if a skill is unlocked, and so those are the skills that I'm seeking to unlock. So that means there's a bunch of skills that aren't included that are PvE only. Those don't technically get unlocked, so I don't need to get those because that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that is what I am doing. I've been doing this for quite a while, so I have a lot of skills unlocked, but then there's all these little odds and ends. It turns out one of the most important things for unlocking skills is actually making your way through the campaigns for several reasons, one of which is money. I started this a while ago, so I haven't swapped over to Reforged mode on any of these characters, which would decrease the cost, but I'm being stubborn. Kind of want to feel like I finished what I started, as it were. Right now I'm making my way down to the market that's down here. Neat little outpost with good lighting. I've done a little bit of the looking at stuff with Reforged, but on my primary account, not this one. I'm doing it across the whole account. Yeah, so this is a new account that I got a couple of years ago. So it's because like my original account, I've had it since a few months after Guild Wars started. It's like over 20 years old, sort of thing. So I was like, what's the new experience of like just unlocking all skills? Because I've had all skills unlocked on my main account for freaking ages. So I decided I'd go ahead and engage in it here, and just like, what is this experience if I go in with no resources? I mean, it's relative, right? But yeah, it is. I don't really have a particularly fancy phone, and I'm not interested in mobile interface. I'm really glad it exists. I'm glad that they've ported it to mobile. I think that's really good for the game in general. But I don't have. I've been playing this game for 20 plus years on PC. That's where I'm used to it. That's where I'm comfortable. So I have not played it on mobile. But like I said, I'm glad they did the port. I think it's really good for the game. But my phone is, I'm not even sure it could handle it, to be honest. I'm not sure that I have the hard drive space. It is a pretty cheap smartphone, so. Okay. I always liked the lighting in Yenner Market. I kind of was thinking of checking the skill trainer. I understand how that goes. Thank you, and thanks for the raid. I do appreciate it. Hope you had fun with what you were doing, too. But a lot of, like, what I'm trying to do right now is I want to get, yeah, like, there's a bunch of Paragon skills I still need to get. Part of it is I haven't gotten any additional character slots, so I just have the 8, so I don't have a primary Paragon. A bunch of these are unlocked on other characters, though. If I switch over to list, you can see known and not, I guess. I prefer small grid. That's what I'm used to. Okay. Norgu. We're going to go from Kodesh Bazaar for Norgu. Yeah. It does seem like it would be quite the trial to try to do anything major on mobile. Oh, right. Elias. I want to go back to Dark Bond on him. I was just remembering that I wanted to tweak him. Yeah. I can see it being good for doing casual stuff. I want to go back to Zed. I'll need him for some stuff coming up anyway. I could see that. Vanquishing is a more chill than, like, Fisher of Woe on hard mode or something. This spot right here, I was noticing this the other day, but, like, if this was in my city, I would be so angry at, like, why is there just a massive staircase here for no freaking reason? All it does is lead to another staircase. Like, the only purpose to have this is for your citizens to get, like, exercise. And, like, you don't think about it in a game, but it really is, like, from a practical standpoint, like, what is your government doing if it's doing that? Actually. Hang on. What is the name of Steady Stance? I'm going to be going near Steady Stance, so I should probably... Oh, there's a couple of spots to capture it, and interesting. Is that far enough away that I don't want to bother? No. I'm going to be enough in the area that I should absolutely get Steady Stance while I'm here. I'd rather do that. I'm not using it for Great Justice enough. Let's drop off... Oh, well, huh. Somebody might have reached a bit of dust. I should probably do something about what I've got going on here. Okay, do I have 2 cold sword hilts? Seems vaguely excessive. I'm hoarding a lot of materials. I should probably check to see if any of them are worth anything in the markets, just to sell them. For a long time, iron was reliably valuable, and it has more value than other common crafting materials, but I feel like it's dropped a lot from what it used to be. I guess people are salvaging stuff more or something. What does this scout even give me? I don't remember. That makes sense. Yeah, because the boss I want is right there. Since I'm going all the way down to that area anyway, might as well. Yeah, for sure. Well, and I was just looking at, like, because I did, you guys would have missed it, but I did Kuunavang with a Mighty Throw for Great Justice bar on this character, because no way I'm mailing Kuunavang in the face. And that was bonkers. They do need to do something about the fact that it completely eclipses Wearying Spear, because, like, Wearying Spear just does not have a place in bars right now. But the upgrades in motivation, the unnerfing of motivation is probably the best way of saying it. That has me really excited about that angle as well. No. Those guys might be a problem. 20 plus accounts, 100 plus tunes. Wow. Yeah. That is definitely, like, a lot more Guild Wars 1 than I've played. Like, my main account is approaching 8,000 hours, I think, which is a freaking crap ton for a single video game. But, like, there's definitely a lot of people who have played a ton more. I just have the 2 accounts. Wow, that's a lot. I don't have any Guams yet. I have a character that's gotten close, but I need to, like, bother to finish Cartography and Drunk and Sweet Tooth titles, I think. I think that's all I have left, is, like, those 6. I should finish it sometime. I just haven't wanted to bother. I honestly think Sweet Tooth, Party Animal, and Drunkard should be account-bound titles, because just from a play pattern standpoint, it means that you're wanting to funnel everything onto one character, and it ruins the fun of those items, particularly the Party Animal especially. Yeah, that's why I said 6. I have Party Animal, the max title on that, so I need the 4 from Carto, and it's like all 98, 99% on those, so it's like all of the niggling little bits that I need to figure out what I'm doing for actually finding them. Yeah, then Sweet Tooth and Drunkard. I've got a bunch of, like... Yeah, they're... Well, or UMod, I think. But it's like different revisions work for different people, and it's just... It's never having to touch Pro at all to get Wham. Well, But it's just, like, getting it set up and everything is just something I haven't bothered with. My understanding is maybe Toolbox has some cartography stuff now. Like, support for helping with cartography. But I haven't looked into Toolbox at all. I've not had any personal interest in it. But it's like, the other thing is, like, finishing those titles would also get me, like, my 50th point in the Hall of Monuments. So it's like, you know, I'm at, like, 49 in that. So it's like, it doesn't have Carto. I feel like I saw somebody saying something that they're adding something about it or something, but I could be mistaken. Like I said, I've not really spent any time investigating it. Is it Jeremiah? Hang on. How is this geography working here? I think it goes around over here, right? These plants are in the way. I can't actually see. The other thing, too, is I feel like there's been some indication from 2 weeks that they want to make cartography a little bit less nitpicky. Does it? I mean, they're doing so many updates, it wouldn't surprise me that it's having stability issues. It probably causes a lot of the hook-in stuff to fail. Where are these? Utung Hackets. That's what we need to go after. Yeah, the other big thing that I really want that helps cartography would be, albeit indirectly, is Prophecy's mission maps being able to be explorable. If Prophecy's mission maps were explorable, especially like Dunes. Dunes is such a big culprit for this. And like that character I think has Dunes pretty well mapped, but it's like it's unreasonable that you basically have to use some third-party program to be able to do cartography without pulling your hair out. Yeah, Dunes of Despair is just that needs to be more reasonable. Okay, that boss is the Weapon of Fury boss, I believe. There's a Mesmer down here. Oh, nope, that's Assassin, excuse me. Jeremiah the Unmerciful is the Assassin boss. That's what it was. I knew there was something else down here. I need Tormab, I think. Name something like that. Bottle of Rice Wine. The heck is... What skill does he have? Well... Get Arbalist? Oh. Am I... Yeah, I do have enough strength for Arbalist. Need to put some mods on Arbalist, though. Oh, is Nick collecting rice wine right now? There's Chumab, the Prideful. That's who I'm going for. Or we can go this way and aggro everything that way. Thanks, minions. Sure, whatever. I don't pay attention to Nicholas the Traveler much. I know it's a good way to get money from other players, but... I don't know. I've never cared for farming trophies. Rice wine. Interesting. Okay. This has been absurd pathing to get to this boss, but... I'd have to see where he is right now. I don't know where Nicholas the Traveler's hanging out at present. Okay, let's get the monk. Good old steady stance. Oh yeah, they buffed this to have a 4-second recharge. I forgot about that. That's definitely a good buff. Makes it easier to work with the Desperation Blow. Okay, you know what? Because I already cleared the enemies that way, I'm going to go around. It's a little bit longer, I think, but not fighting is faster than fighting. Because Desperation Blow and Drunken Blow, which I don't think I have Drunken Blow unlocked yet, have 7-second recharges. So this was like a 6-second recharge, and they buffed it to 4 seconds, I think. If I remember correctly, it was a little bit ago. Wow, that's a lot of Gwams. You have like Wisdom and Treasure Hunter and whatnot in there helping boost that. Because Because maxing account Y titles will make GWAM easier to get. Yeah, that makes sense. That is impressive. Norgu, you can be the hero this time. The disgruntled Pie Master defeated the evil with minty fresh breath. Norgu, are you supposed to be a playwright and an actor? Because I don't know why you're asking me to a random hero person to playwright for you. Disgruntled Pie Master. I do find it interesting that Vile and Evil have the same letters in them. But so does Live. Yeah. I've spent too much time on things like Elden Ring and Dark Souls and whatnot. Money only cheapens the performance, but not food. That was worse than that Brave Lantern tribe they performed earlier this year. Find news about his ill-timed guild members. I have... That's Sasaki. Sleep is important. I wish I was better at it. Honestly, the thing that I'm worst at is sleep schedules more than anything. It's cool that we have the occasional night map. I don't know why they don't employ that more often, though. It keeps it special that they don't, though. If I was editing that, I would definitely remove one of those, but... Yeah, these are not his performers. His Blutung Hecate are doing a nice job of being synchronized, though. I'll give him that. Okay. Yeah, you have a good sleep. Thank you for dropping by. I do appreciate it. Let's see. I don't want to set Norgu up with illusion magic like I usually do. Okay, back in the Kodesh Bazaar. I really like blue tile. I think about some spots in ye old FPS Heretic that had blue tile. That's just like lodged in my brain in a very nostalgic sort of way. It isn't quite tile, it's more like blue bricks, but it's still neat. Interesting, the sort of things that like catch us, I guess. Here's a stupid staircase. Like, seriously, why would you do this to people? Okay, records keeper, Palin. Palin? I don't know. But it gives me a Norgu. Let's go ahead and get Norgu in here. Get some levels on our favorite actor for our party. Actually, no. You know what? It's probably Althea now. Sorry, Norgu. You've been dethroned by a better Mesmer. In our evaluation of Mesmer heroes. Okay, good. That is exactly what I was looking for. Some random merchant hanging around. Okay, I need the rune person. Let's see. How is minor fast casting these days? Kind of pricey. Not bad, not bad. Minor inspiration is where the money is. It would appear. Prodigies, yeah, that's down. I don't know why that is relative to where things have been lately. I think my Gwen is also missing. Yeah. I might pick up 2 fast casting runes. They're not getting inspiration. They're not worth it. But yeah. Norgu needs a bar. I kind of want to give him Shared Burden, actually, because Shared Burden is kind of strong these days, it feels like. I'm going to give him Restore Life. That feels like a nice variant to change. I don't know. 19 seconds is a long time, but it's just like the damage output from him is so weak. Shared Burden's large AoE is nice, though. I also like Illusion of Pain is good damage. Frustration can also be really nice, depending upon what's going on. Vec has Thunderclap, and Gwen has some interrupts, so it's probably alright. And it also triggers like Wandering Eye and Clumsiness. Accumulated Pain. And the Signet. That's probably good. I'll be happy with that. Right. I wanted to check to see if there's anything interesting going on in the materials market. Scales are valuable like usual. Feathers are up a good bit. Plant fibers. Chitin? That's unusual value for chitin. I don't have like tons and tons of chitin. Cloth is not at heightened value. Tanned hide is. That's up. Okay. How's my tanned hide supply? Might sell these. Iron is also up a little. Okay, let's just sell some of these. This is going to be extremely boring, but it'll get me several platinum, so. I just gotta endear clicking request quote sell over and over and over again. I understand like they did this to reduce the ability to like mass manipulate the market, so you can't like sell a ton at the same time or whatever, but it is, or it makes it harder to anyway do that, but it is extremely tedious. It is weird for tanned hide to be increased in value, but I definitely want to make sure I have plenty on hand for the future, probably. I definitely have more cloth than I feel like I strictly speaking need, but... Okay, that's 8 platinum. That's a nice boost to the old skill buying coffers. These plant fibers would be worth a lot more, but I kind of want to hang on to them. It's an emergency fund worth of those. I imagine wood does not have increased value, right? That one never does, yeah. Yeah, the plant fibers would be good value, but again, I kind of want to hang on to my plant fibers because I'll probably find use for them. That's why they have a good value. Funny how that works out. Okay. I want to get Cleave back on here. I got so cruelly knocked off my bar by the weird elite skill ordering stuff that I disagree with. Where is... For Great Justice. Okay. I think I am going to go... I don't think I've grabbed that in a while, so I'm going to go do that on this character. And then I need to do Pledge of the Merchant Princes. I should really be knocking out the... Takes a little bit to get there, but knocking out the... Mox book quest thing. That gives you like 10 plat. So it's worth doing. Stretching a little bit there. Good idea to do every now and then. I guess Aegis is a little bit redundant with displacement. I could always replace displacement with an offensive spirit, though. Maybe I should do that. Like, Shadow Song would actually be kind of good there. What are my options? I do have Shadow Song available. Yeah, maybe I should put Shadow Song there instead. It fulfills a similar-ish purpose. This is less redundant with Aegis. I wonder if I'll get the green off of this guy. Odds of that are pretty low, but... I did not. That's fine. Okay. Pledge of the Merchant Princes. That is not where I go to check these jeweled daggers. Ooh, max strength and honor. That I will absolutely be taking out of that. I will absolutely want to take that out of that for use. Maybe I should just put that in Arbalest right now. Hang on. Where's my... Aha! Right next to the bank. Convenient. Yes, Arbalest is now better. Bwahaha. Also, successfully didn't break the item, which is good for Shanta. Or me, I suppose, because it means I get another 228 gold. Okay, recovering my funds a little bit. That'll be good for the future of acquiring skills. I definitely need to be spending some time on my assassin soon. It's a neat view over there. I like the colors of this map. Like, a lot of Vabi I'm quite fond of. I don't know. It's like, it's this weird thing where I feel like a lot of mainland Ilona has a similar issue to Kaineng City, where there is, like, each map is distinct, but kind of taken as a, like, broad view. I don't know what term I want. Like, if you put them all next to each other, like, from a distance, they look very samey in terms of, like, color palettes and stuff like that. It's like, you can't say that any map isn't distinct when you actually look at it, but, like, the overall impression, like, Korna is different from Vabi, particularly texturally, but, like, a lot of the palette feels very browns and oranges and yellows and stuff, similar across both, even though they are, like, different. I don't know, it's just, Kaineng City has the same sort of thing going on. But anyway. Where we're gonna get attacked. Bow. Rather elaborate bow. A lot of clipping. That's just gonna happen. Like, this is a really nice sentiment, but I'll be honest that I'm not entirely sure, practically speaking, what this actually does for us. Like, it's not like it gives me more direct money. You can argue from quests, perhaps. Messenger of Lissa. I've always liked... I know this is feathers, but it makes me think of autumn leaves. I've enjoyed that sort of autumn leaf aesthetic, or like autumnal aesthetic that she has. Anyway, I need to go kill these Margonites. Yeah, Chillblains will eventually be further useful. I can't use shouts because I'm in a well of silence. Well, then I'll step like 3 feet away and step back in. Step a meter away. Could you do something about this nonsense? Well, by the time you did, it no longer mattered. But I guess I might have been a little overextended. Oh well. Let's see, this is leading up to the Grand Court of Sepulchre mission. It always takes longer to get there than I expect it to, and I don't really know why. Oh, I think I know why it is. Yeah, this makes sense. Because I mean, I did a bunch of random side stuff too, but the Grand Court is the mission after Basha Vestibule, or Zaganir Bastion, I bet, in the book. So because it's like the next mission, if you're just playing through the missions, yeah, because this is Zaganir Bastion probably, so this is probably Grand Court. And then what? Harder Minds, the Generous Horde versus Nundu, and then Ruins of Gate of Desolation, Ruins of Mora, and then the Gate of Pain, Gate of Madness, Abaddon's Gate, or whatever. Yeah. So it's like they're right next to each other if you're just playing through. But because there's a bunch of primary quest stuff in between, that takes a while to get to. I get confused. I think... No, it's out this way to talk to General Morgan. Because when you interact with Kahani, it's over there. But Kahani's dead now. So now we have Morgan over here. General Morgan, except he claims he's a general no longer, except he still is a general. And very confusing. Walk into a cutscene, I think? No. Yeah. Then he takes us back into the Grand Court of Sabulka. Belka? More blood for my rituals, etc. Okay, hang on. There's something I want to do, which is... I'm going to take 1 point out of fast casting and dump these in inspiration. Because I am going to give her inspired hex instead of that one. The reason why is because there's a monster hex here that's really good to get rid of. Oh yeah, and I was talking about replacing Zandra with giving her Shadow Song instead of Displacement. It's probably worse, but I don't know. I feel like it. Am I content with my bar? I think so. I mean, the main thing that I'd want different is maybe a run buff, but I don't feel like inserting that in here. I guess I could give it to Vec by giving him Windborne Speed, but I think I'd rather him have damage. And frankly, this is just as good. Like, snaring enemies is functionally the same as speeding them up, or speeding myself up. Okay. I should probably arguably go back to the Scythe build, but I just feel like doing this for right now. Been using that Scythe build a lot. And 4 Great Justice really is a huge power-up boon. Just in terms of like the velocity of using attack skills. Have to worry about QZ later, and I'm not looking forward to that. These guys are definitely doing something that's draining my energy, but I'm not paying enough attention. Ether Phantom and stuff, yeah, that's it. Am I really getting targeted that much that you felt the need to drop that many things on me, yeah? Don't really want to be using Flurry if I'm not next to an enemy, actually. I need to be a little bit better about that. Nice. Well, since I'm over here, I might as well take out this Torment Claw. Elias is on this one. I'm gonna send Elias over to the middle. I should probably do Zandra as well. I think is this flag. Where is the actual blasphemy though? It hasn't been spawning yet. Maybe it doesn't spawn until we kill all those guys. Okay, it spawned over here. Yeah, it's this hex in particular that you kind of want to clear out ASAP. So it works pretty well to use Inspired Hex because you can't actually copy monster skills with it. Orgu, why'd you go and get yourself killed, huh? Yeah, okay. They're just killing unbound energy. They should be fine. Take out this guy here. Unbound energy is super fragile. I'm going to cancel this flag. Because we should be able to just stop the blasphemy here. Amazing how much shield stance, keeping them from hitting you, cuts their damage to nothing. Okay. Now what we have to do is camp here, kill the blasphemy when he shows up, like right now. There we go. And that should do it. Just have to wait for it to register. There it goes. Okay. Morgan has joined the party. Excellent news for me. Zerai the learner, etc. Boss and Milani. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Alright, how do I want to approach this? Probably re-envisioning the party entirely. Koss and Milani have to be in here. I'm going to bring General Morgan and Zandra. I need Olias for the bipping power, and I want Norgu for experience, but I also need healers. Let's just bring down Koro. Okay. Zandra will defend us. Okay, I can tell already that Koss and Milani need some love. And by some, I mean a lot of. Purity. Purity is probably not one of the ones that's worth anything, right? You never know with some of these, but this is disease and poison, so that seems like it's going to be less priority. I do need to get runes for General Morgan anyway. Purity. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Paragon. Motivation has jumped up a little bit. Has some actual value now. That's funny. Oh, wow. Minor Spear is just straight up sold out. That is wild. Well, I'll get leadership and command. I would get him a spear rune, but Minor Spear seems to be very popular. I mean, that was alluded to earlier, and it doesn't entirely surprise me, but that's good to know. Superior command, leadership. Lead from the front. Okay. Don't need that. Deposit these funds. And don't need those open, but do need this. Okay, costs is... I don't... What? Okay, let's worry about him in a moment. General Morgan. Usually run him like what? This? I think, typically. Yeah, I do like that one. Incoming. Go for the eyes. Fall back. I've typically run that, but I think unblockable throw makes way more sense now these days. Leadership. Signet of return. I normally would give him We Shall Return, but it doesn't make any sense to do right now. Never over surrender seems good. Maybe... Yeah. I'll just... I don't necessarily want to give him Mighty Throw here, though I can see the appeal. I want him to spend Adrenaline on Go for the Eyes, probably. Holy Spear. I'm just going to give him Holy Spear. That's something that can just generally be useful if there's minions about. Okay, I like this plan. Rise Assault, Twin Moon, Rending Sweep, Mighty's, Victorious Sweep. Okay, less Victorious Sweep, more Irresistible Sweep. Mighty's is fine. A lot of offense, but Signet of Pious Light is very strong with Pious Renewal. So I'm happy for her to do that. Probably drop her Mighties for Pious Fury, though. I think that makes sense. I'm going to withdraw Platinum so I can give her and our other guy some runes. Other guy is Koss. Okay, Koss I do want Stonefist Insignia on. Probably Superior Swordsmanship because he usually uses a sword. His sword is probably deeply... Nope. He has a... Well, it is deeply mid, but it is a Fire Dragon sword, which is not what I was expecting. Give him Swordsmanship rune. And then... Yeah, Strength and Tactics. That's... Okay, that's a little bit more than I was bargaining for, but that's okay. We'll get him properly set up. Okay, Dervish. Kind of want to go Major Mysticism, Major Scythe. Minor Wind. Minor Earth. Just for versatility. Earth is clearly popular right now. Runes are... They cost what they cost, you know? Sword. Stone Fist goes in the fists. Milani, you're gonna go Scythe on Hat, Mysticism, Wind Prayers, Earth Prayers. Sure. Doesn't really matter where they go as long as they're distributed. General Morgan, I don't need you on aggressive. I will be the aggression. Okay. Yes, the other thing is that is definitely been replaced by better skills at this point. Sheesh, same here. Same here. Yeah, and I don't need you running Vim. Healing Prayers. Give them both Restore Life. I'm cool with him running Healing Signet. I could be funny and go Healing Hands on him. I mean, Healing Signet does allow him to support himself, which is good. But let's go ahead and just give him 100 blades. Rather give him body blow here. Soldier Strike is like deeply whatever to me. Give him Galrath Slash. And, yeah. honestly, thrill of victory, because he needs help. He needs help getting his adrenaline up. Okay, well, he probably will have some adrenaline issues, but whatever. I don't know if this is ideal, but it seems fine. I probably would not have Norgu here and have somebody else instead, but we'll roll with it. I should at least carry us through this, whatever this ends up kind of being. I don't know which one of the ones I'll want to do. I don't really have a tiebreaker, so I might just do the Milani one and do Bay. Oh, it is so nice to have the run speed buffs, though. Right, this is where we're supported by the Jin. Anyway. Toe the Bold. There's not really a direct path, is there? I mean, I'm gonna grab both Heart and Mind quests. They're coming after this here, but okay. Next group. I think there can be some stuff that makes this bug. Well, I know there's some stuff that can make this bug out because I've had that happen to me before. It's really unfortunate, but yeah, they got an Aegis up, I think. Well, they had an Aegis up. Rage of the Tuca really needs a buff just because, like, comparing it to the Limit, it just looks really bad. Okay. Where's the next group spawning? Unless this thing is bugged out again on me. I had that happen earlier. It's possible that I need those Vabian commoners to get somewhere, and the Spirit of Union and Shelter are holding them in place. So that would be vaguely obnoxious. Yeah, see the Vabian commoner running as being blocked by Union. So it's very possible that needed to get to a certain spot to be able to do stuff. We are actually doing quite well for damage right now. There's some weird positional triggers there, so things can go wrong with them. Which is unfortunate, but... I will need to check. Yeah, here comes Chillblains. Boom. Suddenly they can't stop us anymore. Let's go over this way. Barbs would be really good in this team composition, incidentally. I definitely feel like they're trying to improve the usefulness of physical attackers. Oh man, that was a good big hit. Okay, yep. Stuff, things and stuff. I want to go pick up these Marganite robes. That went pretty smoothly, actually. I think what I'll do... let's go talk to Zerai the Learner. Here. And then... get to Nundu Bay, and then wrap up the stream there, because it's gone long enough, and I am definitely getting hungry. Here's what I'm going to do, though. I'm going to go ahead and unlock Generous Horde first, while I have this everybody in one party nonsense. Just because it'll be nice and clean to do that. And this is a very quick little jaunt. Okay, that's also something that I want to make sure I do. Yeah, I need to... Are you not going to give me... Okay, that's just annoying, but it's like not many points because I'm just going to be fighting these like four or five things over here, and then I may need to make sure I stop by the Chantry of Secrets. Shield bashed. My Whirlwind Slash. That's just rude. Guess that's the thing those guys can do, huh? Norgu's energy is definitely looking a little like it's being tight. But we do have a ABIP here. Okay, Hedge Wizard Lohaj. Okay, Generous Horde. Don't know who Jenner is, but they have Horde. What's going on with this axe? Crippling, eh? Okay, Chantry of Secrets. I'm gonna need to do that eventually, but I don't need to do it right now. Okay. You. Yes. Scrivener. I don't imagine you have any. Yeah. There's warrior skills here. Offensive defense. Huh. Okay, well, I'll grab that one then. Skill unlocked for me. Is it a good skill? Nope. Is it unlocked? Yep. Norgu leveled up also. Okay. Sunspear Sanctuary, and now for an obnoxious walk, because this outpost is stupid. Like, the idea is really interesting. But the execution is really clunky. Like, there's... This map is just so big that it takes you for freaking ever to walk back out of this map into Margit Coast. So it's like, I don't want to go to Ronjok because Ronjok is a mile away. And then the command center area is neat, but it does not have a Shunlai chest, and you absolutely need that to be able to make good use of it. Because otherwise you have to premeditate everything. So, like, those both are really obnoxious. And it remains kind of obnoxiously huge in Guild Wars 2 as well, but at least it's like you have mounts and stuff to help speed you up a little bit, but it still is huge. I don't think it actually is any different. Feels like. And I don't know. Ah, here's Elder Jonah. Talking to the wrong random dude. This one's definitely more of an endeavor. Such as it is. Not much more of an endeavor. It certainly becomes a little bit easier with General Morgan helping speed us on our way. Okay, hang on. Who's... Norgu, I don't know what you're doing. Reading junk off of party treats or something? Probably going to aggro these guys because they have a speedy guy who runs up to you. Oh my goodness. Must be a cap to adrenaline things, or I would have hit it like quadruple adrenaline gain. Honestly, infuriating is probably good for my party just to have in general because of how much adrenaline we're using. We've got 4 adrenaline users. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's any more fights until the final ones now. Okay, let's just wait for everyone to collect here. This includes Elias's half dozen minions. Fall back is a great way to help minions heal up. Fall back and incoming. Are these plants? Yeah, these plants are the stupid solid plants that you have in Prida. King Zephyr's up. You need to pay attention to that, not over spam flurry. Is good for getting me more use out of that, though. Yeah, you guys can do that if you want. I want to talk to this Dreamer Ahala. Okay, Nandube. Good old Nandube. Ulan, don't have anything new here. Yes, Gwen's Broken Flute, not worth anything. Which is what makes it such a good little barrier. In retrospect, I am just about to get a quest reward, so I could have waited slightly, but... Thank you. All right. Well, I think that makes for a good spot to wrap up today. I have made a lot of good progress. and gotten a bunch of skills. Actually, you know what? Let's do this before fully wrapping up. Let's just kind of review where we're at. It's good to do that every now and then. I think now is one of those good now and agains to do it with. So I do like to sort this by campaign and go to list for this. So you can see I still need a battle rage. Dwarven battle stance and Earthshaker. So I do need to do a little bit of stuff back in Prophecy still. Let's see. Factions. Yeah, factions is the one that needs the most to help with Warrior right now. But that's a little bit better than it was. A little bit. Crippling Slash is out in Camp January, I think. I have access to a number of these, but some of these are later. Like right now, I think a lot of what I need to do is push deeper in. Deeper into Nightfall. Ranger Core almost done, but for Ferocious Strike that I want to get on, whatever. So that's coming along nicely. Monk, I know, is also getting really close to being done. Martyr, I want to get on my Necro. Purge Signet, I want to get on this Warrior. I could probably go do that, actually. Let's actually, hang on. Unless I have a quest that rewards it, but I don't. No, because I would have, if there's a quest that rewarded it, I would have gotten it already, so. Oh, hang on. Well, okay. It might not be available from this skill trainer. The skill trainer might only offer skills that you already have unlocked. In that case, Purge Signet would not be available here. I need to go to, like, DAC or whatever. Yeah, because it'd be on a P. Yeah, purge conditions. Yeah, so I'm going to need to go do that. Okay, so I'll need to do that later. There's a couple of skills that I want to get on this character that are monk. Purge Signet is one of them. Holy Strike is another. Don't know who I want to get Shield of Judgment on. Stone Soul Strike I'm going to get on my Assassin. Mending Touch I want to get on this character, but I didn't get far enough for that. Signet of Removal, same dealio probably. Almost done with Monk though. Necromancer, I need Lingering Curse, but otherwise... For Lingering Curse and Rigor Mortis. Okay, there's a few things for core. I definitely need to spend more time on it. Prophecies I have a bunch of skills to get still, it looks like. On my Necro. Wow, yeah, I have a lot of prophecies I still need to do on my Necro. Factions. Looks like I need to go skill capping like crazy, but otherwise it's pretty good. Vampiric Bite I want to get on my Ranger. I need to do a lot of skill capping, but otherwise the common skills I'm generally good on. Yeah, I just need to spend a lot more time on my Necro. I can just tell just looking through all of that. Mesmer actually has all core unlocked. I still need Keystone Signet and Prophecies, but that's it. Shatterstorm, which I want to get on my Assassin and Factions, so I'm done there. For my Mesmer, supposed to like Mesmer Secondary. Still have plenty of Nightfall to get, but it's a lot of it's elite skill stuff. Okay. Elementalist I know I need a lot. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff here to get on Ellie. I probably want to get Aftershock on this character, actually. So I can do Earthshaker Aftershock. It's a classic combo. I don't have kinetic armor yet. Interesting. I might get that on my Dervish, actually. Because I like kinetic armor on Dervish. Yeah, a lot of factions, a lot of Nightfall. I just need to spend a lot more time haven't done any Eye of Nor skills. I need to spend a lot more time on that one. Need to spend a lot more time on my assassin. You can see. I have like nothing from either of those. Ritualist is definitely more of a mixed bag. I've been getting Ritualist skills on more characters, so. Yeah, that's definitely more of a mixed bag. Dervish is also kind of like all over, but it's a little bit better. Yeah, I think my Dervish is running a skill point issues. Onslaught's also a good skill. I should be getting that. Paragon, I'm also like better than I would have expected on. Help is also like actually an interesting and compelling skill now. Don't know who I'm gonna want to get help on though. Might actually get it on this warrior. I'll probably just get it on my Dervish. A lot of these I'm getting on my Dervish. Yeah, this one's not showing as being unlocked. That one's definitely a little bugged. But it's their first time splitting at 2 weeks, so I'm not surprised that there's stuff that they just overlooked. Yeah, well, I definitely feel like I've made a lot of progress on this. So I'm getting closer. So anyway, it was good to review that stuff. So now I'm going to wrap up for realsies. So yes, like I like to say, until next time, everyone, take care. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.